Hello, everybody. Back today for some more Rogue Trader. Last time, what did we do? We finished up our mission on Rachis Minoris. Found the governor. Set up some kind of trade relation with, I think, a couple factions, actually. The Explorators and I want to say they're called the Children of the Void or something. And found out what else we needed to do there. Then we left, and we had a little side story kind of thing going on with Abelard, our seneschal, dealing with a workers' strike in the lower decks. I think that was about it. A lot of the playtime in these sessions gets dedicated to combat, which is fine. But it does mean sometimes we don't make as much story progress. Oh, hey, Sparky. How's it going? Doing good? Anything else? Leveled up a few times, I think. Where were we at? Oh, that's right. We got some new gear and some new custom companions. This guy here. And this one. Both new members. Probably just temporary until we find some like actual in-game NPC ones with actual dialogue and backstories. I suppose we could give them some of these. I don't know if they have I don't know what you call this. An allegiance, ideology, maybe. Oh yeah, this guy's heretical. And he's dogmatic. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Never played it, so any good? Yeah, I'm enjoying it. If you've ever played anything like Wasteland or Hellcat's other games, the Pathfinder ones, it's fairly similar to those in a lot of ways. But we're only in the beginning, so we haven't even begun to dip our toes into some of the other mechanics that I've heard about. For instance, we have our ship here. It's got upgrades and stuff for it. We haven't done any combat with the ship yet. And I'm pretty sure there's some kind of like colony management aspect to this as well. Which is true in the Fantasy Flight Rogue Trader tabletop game. There was a whole book about establishing and running colonies there. That's pretty cool. Oh right, I wanted to throw these on. Wish we could keep his helmet, but that's fine. Range attacks decrease target's dodge. That on till here. And nobody can wear heavy. Still. Alright. Where were we headed? I think there was a unscanned planet nearby. Oh, it's Rykad. I'm trying to remember what this system was called when I was writing the title for this stream. Let me update that. There it is. Oops. Yeah, we're going here. Tithe grade undetermined. Begin scan. 50 XP. Arcadia Philia. Oh, okay. This was one of the planets that we were being directed towards. Oh, yeah, this is the prison planet. Okay. Well, we know where that is now. I kind of want to just go around and scan these places we need to and then pick a spot to go. What is this? Ooh. Rykad Majoris. Is this just telling me how to use the map? We've been doing that. Not explored, unidentified void ship. Augurs notice a large object among the lifeless rocks covering the planet. A void ship whose signature and origin are impossible to identify from orbit is resting on the edge of a deep ravine. The hull of the unidentified vessel is severely damaged, rocks around it shattered by the force of the gigantic machine's crash landing. The Augurs haven't detected any vital signs aboard or near the vessel. Lore Xenos 50. Pascal has a 100% chance to succeed this. Send a squad and check it out. The landing party reports via Vox as soon as they touch down. The colossal void ship before them is covered with spikes. Oh. Either Chaos or Dark Eldar, surely. It resembles a morbid beast sculpted from darkness itself, menacingly hanging over the ravine. An experienced veteran accurately determines the origin of the unholy vessel. It belongs to the Xenos race called the Drukhari, Dark Elves. Ready to collapse at any moment, the void ship emits a long, woeful creak as if promising to drag along into the abyss below anyone who dares to disturb its slumber. Abelard suggests finding out what the Xenos were doing in the Rykad system. Taking heed of the Seneschal's recommendations, the rogue trader orders to send more people to the planet. Anxious, Idara tells the Lord Captain that voices in her head are screaming, repeating words harbinger, darkness, and death. Not wanting to tempt destiny, rogue trader decides to recall people from the vessel. Argenta eagerly says that the only good Xenos is the dead one. A true servant of the Emperor shouldn't soil their hands with Xenos technology. About what I expected from her. The rogue trader orders that more people be sent to the Xenos void ship to collect any valuable findings. For being the God Emperor's chosen, the rogue trader won't go digging around Xenos trash. The artifacts of the enemies of humanity should be wiped from the Cronus expanse. I'm alarmed that there are no life signs on this thing. Surely there are Drukhari down there somewhere. But I also want to check it out. Harbinger, darkness, and death. Loot it. Investigate it. Get the heck out of here, blow it up. I'm thinking just from a greater perspective for our character. I think Vaughn is going to be pretty staunchly against chaos, or I guess warp tech. But xenotech, I think he's going to be a little less hard on. He'll be more open to messing around with that. So I am kind of interested in looting it. But I guess let's go down there and maybe try to find out what they were doing here. I mean, it's Drukhari, so they were probably attacking other ships and taking slaves. After 2 watches of hard labor, the workers managed to stabilize the Drukhari void ship. The soldiers who entered the vessel were met with lifeless bodies of Xenos who died when the void ship crashed. The void ship itself, following its abominable nature, came to life, immediately craving to sate its wicked appetite for human death. The vessel's systems have reacted to the intruders, and senselessly cruel, deadly traps have been activated on all decks. Yeah, I kind of figured. Agility success. Monstrous contraptions designed to mince, rip apart, and incinerate their victims took the soldiers by surprise, but were neutralized before the squad suffered significant losses. The soldiers found several curious pieces of xenotech on the sinister void ship, but no data could shed light on why they came to the Rykad system. Looks like these might just be, Oh, we did get a gun. Piercing splinter cannon. 2-handed ranged, exotic. The other things are just kind of trade good type things. Okay, well, that went well. Could have been much worse. Let's scan this place too. This is the Navis Nobilite station. Lord Captain reporting. The heralds of the Navis Nobilite continue to maintain Vox silence. Perhaps due to Urak 5 being off limits to visitors, we intercepted signals from the beacons drifting in the station's orbit. The demands are clear. We are told to turn the ship around immediately. We've also detected an accumulation of space debris near the station's docks. Presumably it's the remains of interplanetary shuttles. Perhaps the esteemed Navis Nobilite house requires aid, and therefore cannot respond to our Vox transmission. Contact the station again. I will negotiate personally. Order the auger crew to scan the station. Turn back, no one dare give me orders. Will not invade the Navis Nobilite station without first acquiring official approval. Let me talk to him personally, if they will. The Vox relays the cadent sound of grinding gears and clicking tumblers. I'm sorry, Lord Captain. The station does not reply even after an official greeting by a rogue trader and the declaration of your intent to negotiate in person. Okay. I mean, a Navis Nobilite house wouldn't necessarily have to respond to me. But I am concerned that there's something going on there. I guess we can scan it. Yes, Lord Captain. The Vox remains silent for a while, but then you hear static in Victus's measured voice. The officers from the Augur crew performed a full scan of the station, but the information is imprecise. They note wave distortions of unclear genesis that are throwing off most of the readings. We were able to ascertain that the reactor core of the station is still active, but many compartments are unpowered and some fully depressurized. The signs of biological activity are largely present in the central module, which means the station is not abandoned. So the question remains, why are the esteemed navigator heralds ignoring us? I mean, if they're not gonna communicate with us and tell us to get out of here themselves, then I'm just gonna ignore them. I mean, they said the satellites were relaying a message that told people to get out of here. But we're gonna dock. Affirmative, Lord Captain. We do not know what's happening at this station, so you have to look for the esteemed navigators blind. Dock safely, and may the God Emperor light your path. Okay, so we must have just docked. Or not. Oh, here we go. Okay. Choose party. Oh, we leveled up again. Yeah, I think this is fine. Definitely never seen the insides of a Navis Nobilite station. Don't know if it's on my end or your end, but the stream keeps buffering. Seems like my connection's pretty good. Let me see. Let me check Twitch from my end here. It looks okay. It might be on your end. Hard to say. Oops. May have had it muted. Yeah, it looks okay on my end. So, it could be yours. Not sure.
You dare to argue with your master?
It was not you whom I swore to serve within these walls. My lips are sealed.
Confess. What was the old man's last command? What are you planning?
Give up, Keeper. You have lost this battle. again.
We're getting nowhere with these ones, sir. Permission to execute them.
What is going on here? Something's supposed to be happening here. Hold enter to skip. Give it a second, see if... Oh. Okay. Game is still very new, so... might be some bugs here. Oh, there we go. The tall man stops you with a gesture as you approach. Blood is trickling down the pearly scales of his weary face, and not just his own blood. Two jet-black, unblinking eyes are watching your every move, and the third one, the mark of Navigator's fate, is menacingly pulsing behind the lower lid in the middle of his forehead. Step back, or I will unleash all the horrors of the Sea of Souls upon you. Emperor, be my witness. Abelard, if you would be so kind. I came from Reichad Minoris after receiving your distress call. Desist, brother. It was the Emperor's will that brought me to this abode. Keep talking to me this way and I'll make you swallow your own tongue. Well, Abelard should be the one announcing me. Especially because we couldn't announce ourselves previously. But I do want to say this. Yeah. Well, let's have Abelard do his job here. The Seneschal takes a deep breath. Before you stands his lordship, the rogue trader von Valentius, heir to the greatest protectorate in the Coronis Expanse and bearer of the sacred warrant of trade. Allow me to point out that the Nobilite customs require the Lord Navigator to introduce himself first, but given the unusual circumstances on the station, his lordship, the rogue trader, is willing to turn a blind eye to your hostility, but just this once. In this case, I shall turn a blind eye to your unceremonious invasion, but just this once. There's a dangerous glint in the man's dark shrouded eyes. Very well, allow me to introduce myself. Before you stands Felix Christoph August, keeper of this place. So you did not arrive to offer support to the traders. This is great news. Having said that, you must understand that Uruk 5 is a holy sanctum for your house Orselio, and the path to it is only revealed to a select few. It pains me to say that you are not on the guest list. I'm gonna check the stream one more time. I can see my audio levels. Well, they're fine now. Sometimes it seems like it hitches, but I'm not getting any spikes or anything weird. It seems okay. Yeah. Okay. The navigator looks to his guards and winces. The soldiers are quivering as if their tormented flesh were being flayed. yet they still keep clutching their weapons. Check another stream. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, definitely let me know if it's me. Not that I know what I can do about it. Provide me with a navigator and I shall immediately depart. Came here in search of a navigator, so you're coming with me. Why would a keeper of the station condemn vile mutants? Oh, wait. Why would a keeper of the station command vile mutants condemned by the Emperor? Well, not that last one. Probably this one. I mean, we do need a navigator. Yeah. Give me a navigator. I do not think this is possible. Iraq 5 is an observation station. Oh, it's on your end? Okay. Yeah, no worries. I'm glad it's not me. Okay, it's an observation station. We do not sign contracts and we do not provide navigators. Oh, great. We delve into the depths of infinity and chart the movements of the warp storms. And besides, Bellic gestures at the disorder around him. You've chosen a most inopportune time for negotiations. We didn't get any new options here, huh? Well, let's just say he's coming with us. Is that so? Even wounded, Felic Orcelio remains composed. I do not think so. You cannot force me. You can only end my life. But this is not your heart's desire, is it? Perhaps we can help each other, one another. Oh my god. Perhaps we can help one another and reach a more beneficial agreement. Yes. What agreement? You came to this station for a reason. House Orcelio will not be able to help you until the current crisis is resolved. But if you aid us now, I promise we will reach an agreement that you will find satisfying, be it riches, influence, or the powers of our navigators. And we still have to say this, huh? Okay, well, why are you commanding mutants? The blame lies with Theobald Orcelio, the second keeper of Yarak 5. The old man was a great navigator, but he could no longer control his powers. I begged him to retire, but he was too obsessed with our mistress, Lady Cassia. His madness and stubbornness spelled doom for the entire station, for he opened his third eye in a fit of rage and unleashed the horrors of the warp upon those who displeased him. The Theobald I knew never would have used his powers in such a reckless manner. This might be difficult to explain to the uninitiated, but I'm going to try. The warp currents in the system have been tumultuous for dozens of cycles and have worn the veil between our world and the immaterium thin and frail, at least here on this station. The ruinous powers are trying to tear it down completely and corrupt all living things. The servants were the first to fall victim to it. Oh, their bodies morphed and pain and despair drove the poor souls mad. The lunatics took my mistress prisoner and almost destroyed the station, but I rallied the few who followed the light of the Golden Throne to set things right. Idara. The Lord Navigator here is speaking the unvarnished truth. I bet this station is full of voices and whispers, all trying to break through from the other side, waiting for you to reach out and swing the door wide open. Bellic. I sincerely hope the influence of the Immaterium has not yet affected your body and soul. With all due respect, I advise you not to remain at this station. Return to your void ship. I need to save Lady Cassia. If you're not willing to help, or indeed risk your life, you must leave now. What kind of help are you talking about? I still have questions concerning the situation on the station. taken by force. Do not care about your mistress. I'm looking for a navigator, and you will do. Or attack him because he was disrespectful. What kind of help are we talking about here? I would never ask you for such a favor under different circumstances, and yet Philip takes his hand away from his rib cage, notices blood, and winces in pain. And yet Lady Cassia's well-being is above all. I haven't got many people left, and my wounds are too deep for me to act with precision and swiftness, but you may actually succeed. In order to ascend to the mistress's chamber, you will need to remake a holy relic sanctified with the blood of Lady Orselio herself. This is the control rod of the elevator machine spirit. I have one part, and the other was lost during the mutiny. But even this relic will be of no use unless the elevator mechanism is powered. How am I supposed to power it? The station's main cogitator is situated in the guard room. Just enter the correct command sequence, and the sacred mechanism will do the rest. I have the phylactery containing the mistress's blood. It needs to be taken to the laboratory, which is located behind one of the reliquary doors. The most ancient of sacred mechanisms will help rebuild the rod. The tech priest ceaselessly performed the rites of appeasement so the machine spirit would serve the house in its time of need. The fateful hour is now upon us. Pascal excitedly reaches for the data slate. Requesting access to the object's data crypt, the Navis Nobilite use independent modifications of standard sanguinary technologies due to the uniqueness of the genetic code inherent in the lineage of each house. Okay, so it's got a blood scanner on it. Felix looks exhausted, but arrogant resolve bolsters his voice. And these technologies were made secret for a reason. I must respectfully decline your request, esteemed servant of the Omnissiah. You have your sacraments and we have ours. Well, if it's so simple, why don't you do it yourself? I never said the feat would be easy to accomplish. The path to the laboratory and the guard room is blocked by the very same madmen who took over the station. They will not negotiate and are not afraid of displeasing the Navis Nobilite or incurring the Emperor's wrath. They bow only to brute strength, something which I currently happen to lack. I guess that makes sense. So, what have we decided? Well, tell me more about what is going on here exactly. Our idle chatter will not save Lady Cassia, but if you need to be sure of something before you can help, so be it. The warp drove the servants insane, but failed to affect you and Lady Cassia. Well, they're more resistant to the influences of the warp due to their eyes and maybe their genetics as well. Tell me about your mistress. The men have reported that this station is in a deplorable state. Why did you not respond to messages from Rykad Minoris? I do want to know that. I've already said that Urak 5 is sacrosanct. It is the holy domain of the Navis Nobilite, and it is forbidden for commoners from the world below. We had hoped to solve the crisis on our own, but when the situation spiraled out of control, we could not establish contact because the traitors had disabled our equipment. Okay. Gotcha. Well, Vaughn here doesn't know much about this stuff, so let's ask about that. Felix gently touches the closed eye on his forehead. Thanks to a special gene, navigators are more resistant to the emanations of the warp than mere mortals. This is what allows us to guide ships through the Sea of Souls. Yeah, if they weren't resistant to the warp and they opened those eyes, they would just die. Or worse. Tell me about your mistress? Regretfully, I'm not allowed to discuss my mistress, whether with her retinue or the outsiders. She will tell you about herself personally if she feels like it. That is, assuming she survives. I am begging you not to waste any more of our precious time, for it is running out. Okay, fine. The woes of your house upset the balance of power in this part of the galaxy. I will help you. If not for the sake of profit, but for the good of the Imperium. It will be an honor to save the Lady Navigator from her woes. The rogue trader's aid will cost House Orcelio, but you should rejoice, for your mistress will live. I'll rescue your mistress, but in return I require that House Orcelio sign a contract with my protectorate. That seems like a big ask. But could be an equally big get. Taken by force or attack. Well, I feel like this is the what do they call it? The ideology. I'm having trouble remembering the 3 different ones. Heretical, dogmatic, and iconoclast. I feel like this is more the iconoclast. This is dogmatic. Not really sure what heretic would be here. Maybe one of these. I mean, this doesn't seem very heretical. I will help you not for the sake of profit, but for the good of the Imperium. Yeah, okay. Well, that's fine. Bellic nods curtly. You should hurry then. We will stay here to hold the line and lick our wounds. Good luck, rogue trader, and may the Emperor's light be with you. Received a phylactery of blood. Okay. Unfortunately, we have leveled up, so that's going to take us a minute to get through here. I enjoy leveling up, it just takes a while sometimes. There's so many options. But I think we did save a bunch of these. Oh, well. We already got that one. Okay, so we have this now. Resolve increase. Gives allies temporary wounds on heroic actions. Gains a bonus on their perception and ballistic skill equal to 6. Bonuses stack. Half the stacks are rounded up and lost at the end of the target's turn. Whenever we use an ability. Huh. That one's pretty nice. It's obviously not going to be as good on... Yeah, I guess it's okay on melee as well. Reduces enemy dodge chance. And then ballistic skill is our hit chance with ranged weapons. More temporary wounds. Increases resolve on allies. Didn't we have this? I feel like we had something like this already. Oh, it's from the Hive world. Starting adjacent to an ally gives +2 movement points. And their turn adjacent to allies, they gain +2 movement on their next turn. Fellowship bonus divided by 2. 3 movement points. They start adjacent to us. Where did that go? Oh. Target to bring it down gains +1 AP. Ooh. If they finish their turn with their if they finish their extra turn using this ability with 0 AP, they take 3 damage. That'll be nice when it's paired with some temporary wound stuff. I do really like the idea of getting an extra AP off of that. Have the bonus granted by voice of command. Oh, half of the bonus granted remains until the end of combat. It's a +15, right? To everything? Or... Oh. 5, 2, 6, 8, 13. So 13? So somewhere in the realm of 6 to 7, depending on how they round. The bonus doesn't stack with itself or bonuses granted by voice of command. It does count as an officer ability effect for the purposes of other talent effects. Whenever the officer makes an attack, they gain +5 fellowship until the end of combat. Kinda interesting. We rarely ever attack, though. Bonus to weapon skill and deal more damage on attacks of opportunity. Oh, let's do this. We'll mark these two. And... oh, 3, I guess. Let's do something that grants temporary hit points. I think there was one for using abilities. Whenever the officer targets an ally with an ability for the first time in a round, they gain 3 temporary wounds. Yeah, let's do that one. Because then we can do more than possible. Does direct go through temporary wounds? No. Okay. Yeah, so then if we end our turn with 0 AP, it'll just delete the temporary wounds that we gave him. Feel better about using that. And could probably do willpower. Could boost our. Just really don't attack. Ideally, we just spend his entire turn using his abilities, not attacking anybody. Let's just boost willpower, I guess. Next. Next melee attack gains armor pen and damage. That ignores percentage of the target's parry. Enemy who survives the enhanced ability will attack the warrior in return. Five plus, oh no, 5 times strength bonus? 20? Armor, oh, 20% armor pen, okay. And plus 10 damage? No, plus 8 damage. Still, 8. That's pretty huge. Ignores parry. That one's really nice. Slash ability. It's an alternative to charging. Lets him move through enemies, dealing damage. Now let's do the Reckless Strike. And bonus to parry might be good. Could give him more wounds. Can we boost his weapon skill? Ooh. Bring that up to 50. That'd be nice. Give him a +5. Increases his resolve when affected by an ally's non-damaging ability or affects an ally with such an ability. I think I want to give him either wounds or parry. 90%. Where does it show his wounds? Resolve, parry, dodge reduction, dodge, armor, deflection. Increase wounds by half level. It's 5 more. Now, let's give him the dueling mastery. Gotta always be in melee. Idra. Thigh rating 1. Actually, that's pretty good. +1 damage and 2% armor pen every time she triggers an exploit. I'll always take more damage and armor pen on her. Attacking an enemy at full wounds deals 15% more damage. Expose weakness costs 0. I do really like that as well. I want anything that's going to increase her accuracy or her damage. No, we got some here. Favored it already. If she attacks a target affected by an exploit from a distance of 10 cells or farther, the attack deals 15% more. Perfect Spot additionally grants the operative armor pen against enemies that are 7 cells away or farther. 10% armor pen. What she got for armor pen now? Gotta be high. Sniper rifle. 15. That'd be 25%. Like that. Expose weakness costing 0 though. We do have 2 characters that can use expose weakness. Could always use it on Pascal instead. I do like this. I think it's between the armor pen when she's got her perfect spot up, or this one here. What are you doing for damage? 12 to 16. First trigger brings it to 13 to 17. 17% armor pen. I think I'm gonna do this though. Yeah. 15% or 10% extra armor pen is pretty great. And what do we even want here? Really don't care for any of these. She can't use med kits. I don't really see a point in boosting that. I don't know. I guess we could give her Xenos. Let's give her logic. Magenta. Dash in the selected direction. 0 AP. Spends all available movement. Doesn't provoke attacks of opportunity. Can dash through allies and enemies, but not obstacles. Soldier and their allies automatically dodge the soldier's next attack. That might be... Yeah, let's do that. I've been looking for a way to make sure we can use our rapid fire and not hit our allies. 1 AP. Now we could do the expose weakness on him. Take less damage from enemies affected by exploits. Oh, it's a percent less. 8% less. Eh. Inflicts an exploit even on enemies which are outside of the operative's line of sight at the start of the turn. Really want this guy just constantly dishing out exploits. So maybe that one. Operative's allies gain increased hit chance and critical chance while attacking allies, or sorry, targets affected by exploits. Enemy with the largest number of exploits receives an additional stack. If 2 or more are tied for the largest, one of them is chosen at random. Another one that just spits them out for free. We got Power Weapon Expert. Now, how do we get... Oh, here it is. Rukari weapon proficiency. We just picked up that new Rukari gun. Have to be level 22. Gonna take a little bit to get that. Plasma Melta or power weapon deals additional 5 damage. And then it's decreased to a smaller amount. Also not bad. I do want to give him a plasma weapon at some point for his range. Plasma or Melta. Melta might actually be better. While wearing heavy armor. We gotta get his strength up high to get that though. Gotta go up by 15. Yeah. Every successful melee attack grants him more movement for the next round. That would be really nice. He does a ton of damage, but he's kind of slow. Here's another bonus to Plasma and Melta. Melee attacks apply Machine Spirit's Communion, which isn't listed here. I think it's the one that makes their weapons less accurate or something like that. Another potential choice. Got a lot of good stuff here. Every time he uses a plasma or melta weapon, he gains 1 AP. Oh my god. Machine Spirit Communion applies a stack of exploit on all affected enemies. There's so many good ones here. Gains dodge reduction and parry reduction with melee weapons. If an enemy dodges or parries him, bonus is doubled for the next attack. While under the Machine Spirit Communion, his attacks deal, melee attacks deal more damage and armor pen. My god. Increase perception by 10. What are these? Manipulator push. Manipulator mechadendrites attack enemies in close range, pushing them up to 2 cells away and dealing damage. Medicaid mechadendrite. Can use the mechadendrite to restore the wounds of an ally once per combat. Huh. Increase tech use and demolition by 10. No, I think we have far too many choices here. I really want to get that one that lets them move faster. Alright, last one. Sworn enemy. And flame weapon expert. Okay. There are multiple things going on here. The Void Station is a sacred place of the Omnissiah, who shields the rulers of this fortress against death and darkness. Why then are the Vox channels dead, and why is the air not filled with the holy binaric rhythms? The station's lack of response to our ship's hails was already suspicious. I'm no less uneasy after the Magos' words. Hand at your weapons. What did this say? The corpses were mauled by a force far beyond any mortal capacity. The faces are twisted in pain and the hands are fused with improvised weapons, tools, scissors, and cutlery. Ew. Wonderful.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Okay.
Follow my lead.
What's going on here? Oops. On. Okay. Go through here. Did it. I'll be damned. Somebody gave the veil between the worlds a good thrashing, and not long ago. At that. I think our guests from the other side are seeking to break through our world. More demons. Hello. Mumbles incoherently.
A new challenge for me?
Same. Most of these unfortunate souls took their own lives by slicing their guts wide open. Mutated flesh sample. Why are these? Oh, we got those from the planet. Oh, oops. Meteorite chunk. What are these things? Ripper auto pistol. The new one.
It's about time.
Have a look at that Urkari weapon. Strength is 60. 5 to 6 damage. Oh, but it's got 35% armor pen. Rate of fire of 7. Like a heavy machine gun type thing. Toxic shot. Toxic burst. Deals some kind of poison damage as well. Ripper auto pistol. Rate of fire 8. Wow. 3 to 5 damage. 10% armor pen. These not the same? Hmm. Oh, they're not. 7 to 11. Oh, no, they are. They're different than the one I have. Oh, it's got additional hit chance 15%. That's why. I must want that more. Sacrifice 1 damage for better hit chance. Not like our combat skills are very good. Great, now I have 3 different stub revolvers. This one can go to cargo. Okay. Looks like a combat zone. Draw, protect the child.
I won't heed your cries of mercy. Purge them!
Mutant commander. Traitors. Oh. People behind us, too. Who's going first here? Later, Sparky. Thanks for stopping by. I really don't want to run Abelard up the middle here, so I think we're gonna take care of these two on our sides with our melee dudes. Actually, let's do this instead. Try to bring Abelard around the side here. And then in the back we can do these two. Oh yeah, we have 3 melee fighters now. Oops. Alright, Grigori, go there. Got the flamer, so maybe if we can get up here, we can blast everyone in cover in this area. And get Argenta over there to just start taking shots at him. And then Vaughn probably hang back here. Could be close enough that he can use his abilities. Alright. Very first thing that we do is Vaughn gets a free turn to use his abilities. Who's going next? This guy got a big mutated arm. The commander got a fancy looking sword for Vaughn, it looks like. probably going to buff them and maybe take a shot. And then this one's just got a knife. The only ones that can shoot are this one and that one. Oh. Well, lucky us. Oh. And this one. Unfortunately, most of our guys are going last. So what we could do is give Pascal an action. And Pascal can pop a brutal strike here.
Messiah condemns you.
Boom. One less gunner. And we can move on. Don't really need to. That's a woman, isn't it? She had a very deep, masculine voice. I want to move these around. Well, yeah, that's fine. Must have given this one an extra action or something. Because she got pretty far down here. $74. The heck was that? Why did we just take damage? Toughness resistance test. I don't know what that's from. Okay. Vaughn. We're gonna move Pascal.
Activate calculated fury algorithm.
Oh, too easy.
Give him the voice of command. And then let's have
Suits my purposes.
Father Grigori get a turn here. Taunting Scream. costs 0 AP now for the basic attack.
High momentum.
Let's try this.
Your corrupt way has failed you.
Very good.
Rejoice in service.
And we do have our heroic actions available. Let's give Abelard
I'll bring glory to my bloodline.
a free turn here. 48 damage. My goodness. Such an absolute beast. And let's just
It will be done.
get some endurance on. Kind of out in the open now.
That's not the Seneschal's job.
Oh, here comes more. Yes, come right down into flamer range. Ooh, that's gonna be fun. Nice and lined up. There we are. So what's the range on this? Cell radius. Looks like 7. So if we we moved here. Really can't hit everybody from there. I don't think we can shoot this in close range either. Maybe we can. Where's the tutorial kind of stuff? I don't see it here. Yeah, it doesn't say. I'm pretty sure it's pistols and something else. Area damage deals an additional 2 damage for each enemy hit. For an enemy. Well, alright, instead why don't we just... Yeah, I can't make a attack with it there, so let's do this. Take out this guy.
Actions will speak louder than words.
Got an action point back. And we can charge, but can actually hit anybody with it. Could just move somewhere else.
The Emperor commands. Rejoice in service.
Abelard. Maybe he should just come down here. Can't come down this way. Might take a while to get around.
I will do my duty.
There we go. Could even... look at this.
Victory is imminent.
Very nice. Yeah, I'm glad we spec'd into his mobility very early. He can make some... He can cover some pretty crazy distance. Oops. Need her, get her into her perfect spot. And analyze the commander. And then take a shot. Oh my god. Look at that. Ah. Didn't penetrate. Well, one down. Alright, our Magos.
Advancing.
Get rid of this guy. We can do some abilities first, though. This grants reduced recoil. and enemies are less capable of dodging.
The order is contrary to dogmatic protocols.
Yeah, no line of sight there.
Request approved.
Momentum.
Dude hits like a truck. I mean, he basically is a truck. He's working his way there. Did you see that? Did you see that pistol shot? It like arced down out of his pistol and hit that guy right next to him. I don't know how he did that, but it was amazing. We have another heroic action. Move her over. Got a good burst fire right here. See what that looks like. Rate of fire is doubled. Probably better at close range. Well, let's see what happens. Let's do rapid fire. And we'll do our new controlled
The
shot.
Emperor commands, I act.
Oh my god. Wow. Over penetration. Some shots pierce through enemies and deal damage not only to them, but to characters standing behind them. Armor pen parameter is found on most weapons and affects how much damage the target takes, as well as determines the chance of over penetration. Oh, okay. Some weapons have parameters, which depend on the type of weapon, value of the armor pen, and the character's talents. Yeah, so we killed one guy here. This one. And then the shot went through and hit both of these. You can see this one took much more damage than this one did. That was great though. Not really enough targets nearby. I don't think I'm gonna do her heroic. Just pass. Vonnie boy. What do we do here? Grigori goes next. We could just have him take out this guy. Abelard goes after him. So we could... Well, I want to do both of these. We can't do this. Really need this to be free. Let's have it. Oh, we can't see Abelard. Just out of range. Can we see him from here? Oh no. This is full cover. Do they have any ranged units left? I mean, he's got this guy with the pistol. Still can't see him though. Well, let's move Pascal at least.
physical imperative dictates.
And then at least we can still see Adara. Have her take another shot. Immediately inflicts one exploit on all enemies that makes a free attack against a target that always hits. Let's do that and target his commander here. That did not hit. Oh, I forgot this only cost one. Oh, I guess we could have done this. Oh. Give that to Grigori. Alright.
Another step towards our ultimate victory.
This full cover.
I will not be deterred.
Abelard.
Indeed.
Ah. Let's do
At your beck and
Endure.
call.
Get some temporary wounds. Even do
It will be done.
Brace for impact. Because this probably isn't going to kill him. Get close though. Yeah. Got a free attack on us. Got one wound left. Can actually probably clean up here if we do this. Could do warn enemy, and then give him his turn back. Move here.
At your beck and call. Reduce the dust.
There it is. See what these guys have. that commander had a special sword, but I guess not. Yeah, those are all just regular ones. Pontius Siphius Galasius, on the training of worthy servants at the court of the Navis Nobilite. A good major domo attempts to nurture only the finest of flowers in the garden that is their master's life. Therefore, new seeds for the garden must be weeded out with the utmost care, so that the garden's trees may yield the sweetest fruit. The lessons below will help you separate the precious seeds from the vile thorns to cultivate the perfect garden for any lady navigator. Lesson 1. A faithful servant always makes sure their mistress's rooms and garments are clean. Lesson 2. A faithful servant will never offer their mistress the same dress presented in the earlier in the cycle. In this cycle? Does that mean a year? I have a new dress every day for a year? Over a year? A faithful servant. Lesson 3. A faithful servant offers their mistress a glass of fresh water upon waking. Lesson 4. A faithful servant tastes each dish and every drink before serving it to their mistress. Lesson 5. A faithful servant will have mastered the art of styling their mistress's hair. The total time that 5 servants can spend on arranging their mistress's coiffure, some kind of French word, should not exceed 3 revolutions of the chronometer. 3 hours. Lesson 6. A faithful servant lives for their mistress and gladly gives their life for her as well. Lesson 7. A faithful servant, etc. Okay, that's another. Keep getting these. I think these are like story items or something. Not sure what these are yet. Data crypt H40KO. Statue by the famous Calexian sculptor and chronicler Zacharias Vernon the Magnificent. The 23rd year of this millennium. Original. Neat. Whoa. Look at this bookcase. What has the warp done?
Victory awaits.
Intercepted conversation between security officers. Tremendous honor. Yes, but this promotion will transfer the entire squad to the child's personal guard. By the Emperor. Well, you're a strapping lad. You'll probably make it for a cycle or 3. It's worn down better men than me. What even is the point of your brain? What even is the point if your brains turn to mush? I may rip out my eyes like Amos did. At best, I'll just go bonkers like that little shit stain that kept stealing our low. Oh, what happened to that one? Threw himself out of a depressurized chamber because some voices told him to. Calm down. Keeper Felix said the squad will not have to serve the child for long. He even gave us a little leeway. Unlike that fish-eyed. Be quiet. He might hear you. Well, you know what I mean. We almost busted our heads because someone forgot to check the catering unit. We haven't let in a single outsider in over 10 years, but Keeper Theobald keeps finding things to fret over. Imagine the shrieking if he finds out that Keeper Fellick didn't make us inspect the hangar after Lord Winterscale's most recent visit. Throne forbid. I'll try to steer clear of the squabbles among the Highborn. Some of Keeper Fellick's orders make little sense, like the last time he commanded that we cut off communications with Rykhead Minoris for a while. Why would he do that? It looks like he grew tired of the Winterscale Scion's visits. Well, it's always a pleasure to aid Keeper Fellick. That's right. If the Highborn have grown tired of each other, let them deal with it. Keep referencing a child. The mutants did as well. Library is full of treatises by the most... Who can read that fast? Certainly not out loud. Treatises by the most distinguished scholars of the Imperium, from Astra Militarum tacticians to Adeptus Mechanicus janitors. Wow. Looky that. Lady Navigator's statue looks pristine and new. Oh, so this is... Cassia? I think was her name.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
So there's a door here. Can we go? Uprisings of the laity are the revolt of suboptimal instincts and desire to a predefined structure. This event is the result of inefficient servitorization of the crew. I can understand your view, but lobotomizing the entire crew is a costly and ultimately unjustifiable undertaking. As long as the traditional methods serve us well enough, things should continue as they are. I love that Pascal's always just like, you know, we wouldn't have these problems if everybody was a servitor. Just lobotomize them and turn them into cyborgs. Problem solved. A little too much free will going on out there. Alright, we got a bunch of doors here, so what's... And what is this? Heavy door is secured by a sophisticated mechanical lock. There must be a way to unlock it from somewhere else. Okay.
Follow my lead.
Door. These two doors to the same room.
This Explorator is blessed with multifunctionality.
Nope. Some more enemies over here. Voices. So many voices. Protect the child. No, don't. Okay. That was an easy combat. Good job, everyone. Why is Father Grigori wearing his helmet again? There we go. I want to see the shine on that noggin. What are all of these things?
Should I divine our next step?
A soldier would have been disciplined for such a performance.
A deep cut extends across the mutant's throat, and a holy Aquila has been carved into their forehead.
None shall stand in my way.
Oh boy. Research notes of Navis Laboratorium. Custodian Fortunata Orselio, Part 13. Keeper Theobald graciously agreed to provide samples of his skin growths so we could study the influence of the rebellious immaterium on the flesh of the Navis Nobilite. Just as we thought, navigators are positively resistant to the restless currents of the warp. The God Emperor truly does shield some people against corruption and misery. But let us get back to the study of mortal flesh. Another servant will be carried in shortly. I must ready the organ extraction equipment. Adamantine dust and black water. This was the worst idea that could have entered my mind. God Emperor be praised, I'm lucky to still have my head on my shoulders after this reckless experiment. Nevertheless, we did make an important discovery. The adamantine seems to protect the frail flesh of the lowborn to a degree. Having said that, not even the macerator can handle its temper. So we should probably introduce a more complex compound to the formula. All of the data related to the experiment were recorded to datacrypt K40H. I will get back to them later once I'm done with experiment K41OK. Have I mentioned that the chunk of meteorite found by Keeper Felix subjects is completely useless? Although its shining granules could be used to make new paint for the child. Yes, I think we're going to do that exactly. So, all data in the experiment we're in. This one? No. We don't have that one. 40 KO. 41 KO. This is 41 KO. Oh no. Okay. 41. Why do they label them like this? What do they mean? This is 040H. This is this one here. This one is not mentioned. KO. This was useless. There must be some kind of puzzle we're going to need this for. Study the mortal flesh. Samples of his skin growth. That was this here. Navigator. Well, mutated flesh sample. Could be either of these, honestly. Anyways. Bunch of doors. Does this happen to go to
New
that
challenge for me?
other room that was blocked off in the beginning?
The duty prevails.
The noble silk gloves.
Victory awaits.
The Emperor protects.
Oh, okay. It just doesn't go anywhere. It just cleared out that area. Give me these. +5 to persuasion. Up to 85.
It's about time. Follow my lead.
Rough, bloody sketch. A crumpled sheet of paper with a drawing of a tall woman and a dark-eyed monster, painted with fresh blood. Long las. Ooh. Fatigued. Duration permanent. So is this a sniper? Seems like it. Whoa. That is quite an upgrade. 2 to 4 more damage. Same armor pen. Dodge reduction is 20 more. The additional hit chance drops 5%, but not a huge deal. 3 more range. 10 more ammo, or 5 more ammo, rather. Las weapons are effective against targets in cover and targets with high dodge. Sweet. Ooh. Awaken the cockatator's spirit. The cockatator's vid screen is covered in cracks and stained with dried blood. The buttons, switches, and levers were ripped out of the control panel with exceptional cruelty and scattered across the sacred mechanism that now sparks and hisses in agony, still refusing to perish. The tech priest's Vox systems emit a binaric trill, and his mechadendrites start furiously lashing at the air. I am recording blasphemy. The person found guilty of such cruelty to a noble mechanism must be sentenced to immediate destruction. Awaken it. You turn a few of the remaining dials and pull the activation lever. The cracked vid screen of the sacred engine flickers. The cockatator's insides emit cracks, creaks, and groans to the lumens. Oh my god. The cockatator's insides emit creaks and groans, and the lumens oscillate at random. It takes a while, but eventually the machine spirits do grant you access to the cockatator's systems. Call for help, yeah, right. They're a little busy right now. Request data on the station's navigators. Examine the log. Switch to the main chamber controls, main elevator controls. Examine the log. Oh boy. The archive data stored on the cockatator's local data crypt is partially corrupted, but you still manage to access the residual logs for examination. View Vox Report 12AH890. The Vox recording hisses for some time before you hear a voice. This is Officer A282. Do you copy? Several generators overheated in the lower levels. Chambers A to D are unpowered. The Tech Priest crew sent to investigate the problem is not responding. Requesting back the officer's speech is interrupted by shouting, and the recording abruptly ends. Officer H123 speaking. 200 servants have perished due to explosive decompressions of the living quarters. We've located traces of mechanical interference. The preliminary cause is officer sabotage. Crews 5, 6, and 9 are cut off from the main compartment. We have enough oxygen for 20 minutes. May the Emperor protect our souls. Senior station officers, this is the captain speaking. We've attempted to contact the Winter Scale Scion for help, but something is jamming the signal. We never received a reply and cannot be sure it was even sent in the first place. A rescue team is not coming. We're on our own, so remain vigilant. Anyone could be a traitor. You hear me? Anyone. If you're in doubt, shoot to kill. The following Vox the following Vox recordings are too badly distorted to make out even a single word. Examine recent entries. Report X880 originator classified. Date classified. The servants close to the child have started butchering one another again. An order came from above to have their remains reprocessed. Reprocessed? Report X886 originator classified. Date classified. The negotiations with the Winter Scales were a success. A new batch of servants will arrive in 10 moons. Escort them to the laboratory at once. It's imperative that we increase the new retainer's resistance to the child's powers. Data expunged. The log is almost completely corrupted, but you managed to recover the last entry. Identity confirmed. Regent Aranto Orcelio. Date of visit classified. Reason for visit classified. Date of departure classified. Examine security and life support. The yellow light above the control panel flickers to life and a single repeating message streams down the vid screen. Warning. Damage in technical compartment A12, B3, D8, and H24 detected. Warning. Living quarters L10, L16, L28 depressurized. Warning. Unable to access the station's docking system. Warning. Energy regulation system. Unknown error. The station will transfer over to emergency power. Immediate evacuation of the facility is advised. Warning. Pascal casts a brief glance at the vid screen and speaks dryly. The imminent demise of this void station is affirmed. The damage to its core infrastructure has reached critical mass, at which point further degradation has commenced in cascading configuration. It's broken. Something buzzing in the cogitator's metal gut. Something buzzing in the cogitator's metal gut? Several red lumens light up above the vid screen. Required access level, security captain or above. Current access level, senior security officer. Hack it. You easily bypass the restriction imposed on the sacred machine. The cogitator's overloaded processors whirl unhappily. Most of the encrypted data has been wiped. You find traces of the purge protocol. Recovery is impossible, but a list of most recent commands having been embedded in the machine's spirit. The machine's spirit. The machine spirit's consciousness now flits across the screen in a single creeping line. Child delete picked flow disable access code on all station controls delete activate shuttle self-destruct purge command log. Child delete picked flow. Access code, annul station controls. Delete, activate, shuttle self-destruct. Picked flow. Picked flow would be like... Well, a picked would be like a camera. So, must have turned off the cameras in the child's quarters or something. Exploring the archives for a while longer yields a surviving excerpt from the guard captain's report mentioning that the security systems had recently been reconfigured without his knowledge. His comment reads, "Only the keepers of the station have access to the life support systems. The keeper Theobald had not left the child's side, and neither had I. Could it be that..." Request data on the navigators. After a brief pause, the data appears on the vid screen. Bellic Orselio, location main hall, status alive. Theobald Orselio, location upper chambers, status alive. Oh. Theobald's still alive, huh? Calamira Orselio, location upper chambers, status deceased. Alexius Orselio, location lower levels, status deceased. Ramus Estevan Orselio, location unknown, status deceased. The child, location upper chambers, biometric parameters, rapid heartbeat, elevated body temperatures, stress levels exceed the permissible limit. Status unknown error. Attention, calming procedures advised. Attention, upper chambers inaccessible. Error, the control rod is not present. If the rod has been misplaced, immediately contact a station keeper or the Navis Laboratorum custodian. Switch to the main chamber controls. The cogs within the sacred mechanism slowly start turning with heavy grinding and clacking. The tired machine spirits grant you access to the station control, or at least its parts that still obey the cogitator. Open all doors on the level. The cogitator's vid screen goes dark as if the machine spirit had fled their mechanical casket, but your assumption is incorrect, as it fills with static just a few moments later. You can barely make out an inscription amongst the flow of rapidly changing symbols. Warning, data corrupted. Processing. Error 010. No, I'm not gonna. Is required. Imagine. Read the whole thing. I don't know binaric, so I'm sure it's much shorter to Pascal. Pascal's Vox systems emit a binaric trill. The spirits of this sacred machine require special purification rituals in order to restore utilization of the lingua more familiar to the citizens of the Imperium, requesting access to the device. Go ahead. Pascal's fingers drum out a resonant crescendo on the control panel as his mechadendrites remove the metal cover and the data cord slides into the machine's innards. The cogitator's body starts crackling with electrical impulses, and the tech priest nods with satisfaction. A few minutes later, Pascal raises his hands above the machine, chants a brief litany only he can understand, and pushes the surviving stump of one of the levers. My humble prayers have sated this machine's requirements. I find it's easier to speak these words when my eyes are closed. I don't know if anybody else has that problem, but my God. My mouth does not cooperate with my brain and eyes sometimes. Constantly stumbling over my words. We'll look at all these things. Main hall. The cogitator takes a few moments to gather the data from the station's active systems. According to the report, this door has already been opened. Library. Cogitator takes a few moments to gather the data from the station's active systems. According to the report, the door is open. Adjacent compartment. You push a few buttons on the control panel, but the system rebels and keeps resetting your commands. According to the data, the compartment you're trying to open is depressurized. Well, I'm glad it isn't listening to us. Technical areas. The cogitator takes a few moments to gather data from the station's active systems and produces the following message. The protocol has been executed. The passage has been opened. Guard room. 30 open. Laboratory. We're getting a cutscene. Oh, there we go. What else? Main elevator controls. A few manipulations with the switches make you realize the elevator to the upper chambers is blocked. Activated. We could try calling Rycad by Norris. I doubt they're going to respond or be able to do anything. The system cannot carry out your command despite the eager compliance of the machine spirits. One thing is certain, the problem does not lie in the cogitator's mechanisms. Yeah, I didn't think so.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Alright, let's go to the laboratorium. Ooh. Too many voices. I can hear their rage. The door is open. Come and avenge us, they say. Something must be going down in here. Oh boy. Talisman of Changing Ways. Hallowed to Fingerbone Charms. Biogel. Viscous translucent substance. Black water. Purified sample from Oceanic World OM42K003. Unidentified acid. Foul smelling hissing liquid. Psi crystal. Ooh. Flesh sample.
A new challenge for me.
K040H. Was that the one? Yes. The caustic stench of Regents sears your nostrils and broken glass crunches underfoot. Somebody wanted to destroy the laboratory, or find something.
Nothing's impossible for this old officer.
Synthetic amniotic fluid pools across the floor. Barely discernible traces stretch to the side opposite the entrance. So something came out of here?
None shall stand in my way.
Doing some kind of cloning, or... well, they were... no, maybe they were trying to replicate the navigator gene or something. I mean, the stuff we read indicated that they were testing the resiliency of the navigators' genetics against the warp.
To the stars.
So... oh boy. Oh boy. Okay, so this is probably where we're gonna need all that stuff. Research notes of Navis Laboratorum Custodian Fortunata Orselio, Part 12. That's before this. More and more servants are being influenced by the immaterium, and it has nothing to do with the child's more frequent tantrums. We've discovered that the corrupted flesh of the mutated reacts most unusually to the crystals purchased from the Winterscale dynasty. I strongly recommend finely grinding the reagent to catalyze the reaction. Do not use acid under any circumstances. Trust me, you'll not like having to tend to the burns for the next dozen turns in a row. This calls for something more basic. Oh, and one more thing. The tech priest blessed the data crypt H41OK for the calculated number of chronoturns, which means it's no longer necessary to remain near the device while waiting for the reaction to start. The data crypt H40KO malfunctioned over the course of our research. I should remind the technomants to deliver the sacred mechanism into Magos Dioctitius's capable hands. Is that this one? This one... Okay, so this one is busted. And we should not be using acid. Do not use acid. Meteorite chunk, they said, was useless. Blackwater was mentioned. Psy crystal. I don't think they mentioned biogel. Laboratory Journal H4045LS. Experimental section. The child's influence on the psycho-emotional state of various representatives of the Imperium. Imperium. Access level Orselio T prime. Experiment H45451. Subgroup Lowborn Male. Test subjects exhibit signs of acute stress. The majority perished of blood loss within a day of being placed in the laboratory chamber due to the inability to halt the discharge of ocular secretions, tears, and the body's subsequent replacement of these secretions with the connective tissues of its internal environment. They cried themselves to death? Jeez. The individuals with the greatest resistance to the sacred child's resonance died several chronoturns later. Extensive wounds in the abdomen, presumably inflicted by a jagged piece of metal. Death was caused by strangulation with the subject's own intestines. The subject's final shouts exhibited concerns over abominable tentacles and void worms, hallucinations prescribed to their own internal organs. Kept trying to say abdominal. Experiment 45452. Subgroup Lowborn Female. The test subject died within an hour of entering the laboratory adjacent to the child's chambers. Most had their tongues bitten off, their jaws jaws badly dislocated. Some test subjects lacked the physical strength to separate it from the rest of the skull. Cause of death, severe head injuries caused by impacting the walls or the floor. Experiment 45453. Subgroup A paralyzed patient who lost the ability to speak due to the shock caused by a manufactorum accident, male. The test subject noted a tingling sensation in the deteriorated tissue. During Regent Aranto Orselio's visit to the child, The test subject smiled and started humming, most likely trying to carry some plebeian tune, and then attempted to address the servant who brought him food. The lengthy conversation was prohibitive due to the servant's lack of tongue. No, not so bad for that guy. I mean, I'm sure it went bad eventually. Sure he's not alive anymore. Experiment for H45454. Subgroup, a defective offspring of Lord P. Orselio, produced unfit for studying the high art of navigation, owing to the mutation of tissues required for installation of the obligatory augmentations that merge one's consciousness with the vessel. Additionally, they display an overall feebleness of mind, female. The test subject mirrored the child's actions for 3 days. On the 4th day, the child became upset after hearing the news about the untimely demise of Amos Cantarelli, an officer of her personal guard. As a result, one of the test subjects peeled away several layers of tissue from her face and died from the resulting massive heart attack. The last surviving test subject was executed for attempting to contact the child. Wowee. Got a lot going on here. Adamantine. Okay, that's another thing we read about. Blackwater and adamantine. Okay. So... tissue flask. Let me save here. Tissue flask, datacrypt connector, catalyst flask, regent flask, transducer, remake control rod. So we probably need the tissue flask. Not sure which part the blood is used for, or if it is. Tissue flask. Navigator flesh sample, mutated flesh sample. Well, surely gotta be a navigator flesh sample. Datacrypt connector. Do we need the most recent one, or what did it say here? Data related to the experiment was recorded in 040H. Let's try that one. Catalyst. Blackwater. Regent. Can't use any of these. Transducer. Well, they said adamantine and Blackwater, but what was the psi crystal referenced in? Corrupted flesh of the mutated reacts most unusually to the crystals we purchased. Strongly recommend finely grinding the regent to catalyze the reaction. Well, they recommend that, but they did say that adamantine dust and black water. I mean, they said it's the worst idea that could have entered my mind, but it says they did make an important discovery. Adamantine seems to protect the frail flesh of the lowborn. Should probably introduce a more complex compound. I feel like we must be maybe missing a book. Is there another place we haven't been? Well, there's loot over there we missed. Go make sure that wasn't something we
Victory
need.
awaits.
Just make a loop around here.
Follow my lead.
Warped Sears goggles. Okay, but that looks like it was it.
A new challenge for me? None shall stand in my way.
Regent flask. Crystal dust.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Just turn all of these into regions. Reagents. Crystal dust. Could try that. Did we do it? Did it work? Oh. Did this work? Hold on. Let me reload that. Okay, maybe this... I mean, this is what they... Oh. Are they not in there? Gonna figure this out. Well. What here is relevant? Corrupted flesh of the mutated reacts most unusually to the crystals we purchased. Adamantine and black water. We could try that. Maybe
Something
we do
of
the...
interest.
No, let's just make these again. Issue. Mutated. Nectar. This one. Catalyst. And reagent. Crystal dust. I feel like we don't want it to explode. This game's got some puzzles in it. I don't want another crushing defeat like the wall safe puzzle we dealt with on Reichad Minoris. If these are the only journals, then this is all we got to go off of. Corrupted flesh of the mutated reacts unusually to the crystals. Strongly recommend grinding the reagent to catalyze the reaction. Don't use acid. Calls for something more basic. One more thing, the Blessed Data Crypt 41 OK is calculated for the calculated number of chronoturn. Wait. The tech priest blessed the data crypt for the calculated number of chronoturns, which means it's no longer necessary to remain near the device while waiting for the oh, okay. So they used this one for that. So they used these and not this. Data crypt 40 KO malfunctioned over the course of our research. So these are out of the question. This is malfunctioned, and this, they said, do not use. Keeper Theobald graciously agreed to provide samples of his skin growths. It's probably this. Just as we thought, they're positively resistant. Adamantine dust and black water. These two. Lucky to still have his head on his shoulders. They did make an important discovery. Adamantine seems to protect the frail flesh of the lowborn. Having said that, not even the macerator can handle its temper, so we should probably introduce a more complex compound. All data related to the experiment was recorded in this. I'll get back to them later once I'm done with the experiment. Oh, that's not this one. No, that's the broken one. This one. Wait. Oh. Get back to them once I'm done with the experiment. 41 okay. Okay, so that's this one here. I mentioned the chunk of meteorite is completely useless. I don't know that these two here weren't mentioned. Biogel. Maybe we could... So these are what they used here. This was the first experiment. These are a no-go. This was the second experiment. This is a no-go. We can't use this, can we? No. I gotta make the dust first.
Halt! I noticed something.
Oops. Did that just... Oh, there it is. Oof. But I lost it. Oh. So they had used acid. These are just out of here. We don't need those at all. So these are the kind of wild cards here. This was experiment 1. This was experiment 2. Maybe we should try using the biogel? With what? I don't really know the point of connecting these. No description for either of them. What exactly we're looking to draw from them. I said these work, but not to use it with this. Adamantine does work, but we have to choose between one of these. Can't do both. Something more basic. They had used that in that experiment. I don't know, we could try that. Ooh, looky here. Adaptive antidote. 6. Grants immunity to toxic damage and inflicts a -10 penalty to toughness until the end of combat. Okay. Did some science there. Can we make anything else? Can use it again. I mean, this is what they did for the other one. Oh. Eh. Alright, and we got the control rod. Grind this up so we can give it to the child for paint or whatever they said.
It's about time.
So what do we do with... Let's sort this. Goes in one of these. Where's all this loot that we're missing here? Oh. That was from last time. In here, though.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Oh. Right. Okay.
A new challenge for me? victory awaits!
We're back. Alright, let me save again in case something goes terribly wrong. Don't have to do all that again. Let's level up. Getting close to the end of the first, whatever you call this, completed archetype. Officer encourages an ally who immediately recovers from burning, bleeding, toxin, and stun effects. They're under the effect of voice. They gain temporary wounds. Officer increases an ally's resolve until the end of combat. They're under the effects of voice. They start their next turn with an additional action point. Not bad. This ability can only target allies who have enemies adjacent to them. Until the start of the officer's next turn, all melee attacks made by the target deal additional damage multiplied by the number of enemies adjacent to the target when used. If the target's under the effects of voice, they immediately make an attack of opportunity. Target's next attack will ignore cover and will have double the effective distance. If the target's under the effect of voice, this attack will ignore an enemy dodge. Additionally, the damage can be reduced below a certain percent for any reason. Well, this will be fantastic with both Argenta and Idera. Let's do that one. And what are we giving you? Anytime the commissar grants additional movement points to an ally, they get +2 movement more. Yep. Got a 50 weapon skill. Grab some athletics. Was an easy one. Precise attack. Probably give her +5 to ballistic skill. Yeah. Do that. Really making her more of a sniper than a psyker. I just kind of want her psychic abilities to enhance her own role as a sniper. She's got that one that can reduce enemy, or no, she's got a damaging psychic attack and one that increases one of our friendly characters' dodge and something else. I feel like she had something else too that... What was that? I thought we picked something. Oh, here it is. Enemies that become targets of her psychic powers get a penalty to their dodge and parry. That's what it was. We gave her bolt weapon expert. We give her a +10 to perception. Bring her to a +5. %10 crit chance and 10% armor against Xenos and demons. That'd also be pretty good. Kind of want to make her good against demons especially. Yeah, I'll do that. We fought a decent number of warp spawn already. Grab that. And what? Does he get any of those? Yeah, these were cool. Well, that would make him good at those, but kind of our rogue traders specialty. Don't need that. Stacking 10% bonus to hit chance and dodge reduction against any target they hit with a single target attack. Successful crits from single target attacks increase hit chance and dodge reduction by 20%. Usually when he hits somebody, they just explode. But that would be good on heavier targets like those chaos spawn. First attack. Oh yeah, let's do that one. First attack with any plasma melta or power weapon deals an additional damage equal to 5. For the remainder of combat, it's reduced by half. Because like I said, later I'd like him to use plasma or melta as well. So that'll help with all of that. And his current weapon is a big old power axe. Okay. Belicorcelio looks a bit better. His tangled hair is now neatly braided, his wounds are tightly bandaged, and there's some healthy color under the scales on his cheeks. You dealt with the threat and powered the elevator. Well done. I trust you brought the activation rod as well? Remember, every second of hesitation may cost my mistress her life. Idra suddenly cocks her head and drives her nails deep into her shoulder. Then she starts mumbling, "The crossroads. There are 2 paths, both stained with blood, both leading to the accursed eye. They all wear masks, so poor and flimsy they fall at the slightest touch. One hiding a blind man, another a traitor." Thank you, everything is clear now. Thank you, I did not understand a single word. Who is who? Who do you see behind the masks? Tell me more, what paths? 2 paths, both stained with blood, both leading to the accursed eye. They all wear masks so poor and flimsy they fall at the slightest touch. One hiding a blind man, another a traitor. What about these paths? I cannot say. One is paved with blind faith and the other with hatred and treachery. Both lead to tragedy. You simply have to decide what kind of tragedy you like the most. Who is who? My whisperers are giggling nastily. They will not speak, the naughty little things. They say that tearing off the masks is your concern. Well, I would imagine one of those, either the traitor or the blind man, is referencing, what's his name? Theobald? The guy they were experimenting on. And then the other is probably this guy, the navigator we're talking to here. One of them is blind, one of them is a traitor. So I'm gonna have to probably make a choice to help one of them. But either way, people are gonna die. Idra nods tiredly, and glances at Felix out the corner of her eye. The station has enough problems without your sorcery, Psyker. Felix waves Adara off and looks at you expectingly. I have questions about what happened on the station. You think they're worth the life of my mistress? Who is the child mentioned in the documents and reports found on the station? The madmen I fought were convinced we were the traitors. The servants alone cannot be blamed for what happened. Most corpses I discovered were either unharmed or feeble. I trust you, Felicor Celio. Let's rescue your mistress. Who's the child? You meddled with something that should have been left alone. The keeper folds his arms and shakes his head disapprovingly. The child is what the station's servants called... Oh, what's going on with my voice? Hold on. What the station... The child is what the station's servants call Lady Cassia, but the commoners' dirty mouths must not sully her name by uttering it. You see, it's not beneficial for all servants to have their vocal organs altered. Some prove to be more useful when they're still able to speak. The madmen I fought were convinced we were the traitors. Pelik gives an indifferent shrug. That's why they're insane. Will you really heed the ramblings of retainers who dared to raise their hand against the scions of a noble bloodline? Did they? Did they, though? The servants alone cannot be blamed for what happened on the station. Most I discovered were unharmed or feeble. The warp corrupts not only the soul, but just as much the body and the mind. The mad and the furious, a single servant wielded more strength than an entire squad of the mistress's personal guards. Bodyguards had their minds fogged as well, but their honed will let them hold out just long enough to destroy those who rushed in to assault them with bare hands. Destroying the shuttles, shutting off the power, disabling the security systems. Too many things required special access. Access available only to a keeper of the station. Yeah, I kind of think he's here to kill her at this point. Maybe because the rest of their house found out what was going on here with the different experiments and want to like cover it up or something. I don't trust this man at this point. As I'm sure you're aware, there were two keepers of the station. Your guess is absolutely correct. Theobald Orselio, the demented old man obsessed with Lady Cassia and her power, and also the one to blame for the woes that have befallen Yurok 5 and our noble line. Yeah, see? He's blaming them for what's going on. The other thing is, we saw that Theobald is alive up on the same floor as what's presumably his wife? There was a woman's name up there, maybe the child's mother, who's dead. My intuition tells me that he's not responsible for her death. Let's see here. I listened to a recording of a private conversation between the station's officers who were very lenient towards them, purposely neglecting the security protocols. I saw the security captain's report. Only the keepers have access to the station's systems, but Theobald stayed at his side the entire time and could not have initiated the self-destruct protocol. That one. Which means he did it before the report was filed, or maybe after. Or Felix's stern face twists with disgust. You dare suspect me of what happened? The one who's going out of his way to preserve what little there is still left? By the God, Emperor, you will keep these slanderous accusations to yourself. Preserve what little is left. I was lenient, this is true, and in the end I paid a steep price for it. Just look at the destruction around us. The insurgents have left almost nothing of my home. The keeper spits out the last few words with particular bitterness. My home. It's hard to say without being able to speak to Theobald first. I don't trust him, but our options are either I trust you or I don't trust you. Or I don't trust you and you're definitely the one that did it. I definitely don't trust him. Plus, he's got heavily armed guards here, and they just have a bunch of, like, random mutant servants. Who, again, we're saying protect the child, so I'm pretty certain he's behind this. Philip nods wearily. I suppose it's time to remove my mask. Congratulations, you got me. But did you really expect me to be sincere this entire time? To welcome you with open arms, an ally of Tisiphone and her monster? The accursed child who's tormented the navigators of House Orselio for years? Don't make me laugh. You arrived to help her completely destroy our house, and I cannot let that happen. Yeah. Yeah. What are you babbling about? I know nothing of this Tisiphone or monster of any kind. You could not be more wrong, but the idea of destroying your house becomes more appealing with every word you say. I feel like you were obviously quite mistaken. I came here to get myself a navigator, nothing more. That is completely true. And you will pay for your lies with your life. Well, maybe if we say this, he'll give us some insight as to what that means. You do not? Alec hesitates for quite a while. In that case, accept my sincere apology for the deception and my earlier behavior. I had no intention of making an enemy of Von Valencia's heir, nor destroying the station that served as my home for many years. They left me with no choice. I cannot even imagine what monster lurks in the upper chambers. An evil, a plague, a pestilence on our bloodline that seeks to destroy House Orselio from within. And Theobald and his followers, just mindless fanatics serving this evil. Lady Cassia is a scion of a merciless tyrant, but it is not her relation to Tisiphone that's terrifying. She's a monster whose powers drive servants insane in mere turns. A cursed child who can kill a navigator from the Orselio bloodline with just a look. I alone managed to get close enough to her over the years. She lowered her guard and trusted me, and at long last I rid my house of the curse. This is the truth. All navigators are abominable mutants and monsters, so what? Perhaps you're ingratiating yourself to me, hoping I'll let my guard down. Must be terrible to live under a monster's yoke for so many years. I shall help you destroy it. If this monster's death will convince you to finally leave this station, I will kill her. If your cursed child agrees to become my navigator, I'll gladly rid you of this burden. Seems like yet another lie. Tell me, do you ever speak the truth? I don't think this is a lie. But clearly the child is very dangerous. I mean, they're doing all these experiments on people trying to like increase people's resistance to her effects. Seemed like the notes said that even the subjects in the lab adjacent to her room were going insane and killing themselves in terrible ways. I don't really want to make any decision on this until we talk to other people. I need more sides of this story. I mean, something like that could be extremely dangerous, even if they are a child. But if they've found some way to control them or something, some way to rein in those terrible powers, could be an asset. If your child agrees to become my navigator, I'll gladly rid you of this burden. Well, that kind of does what I want, I guess. Like, you don't gotta kill her, because I'll take her off your hands. And we don't have to immediately start murdering anybody here. I really need to know more. You do not understand. This is... Felix stops mid-sentence, makes a brief pause, then nods to himself. You're correct. This may work. It certainly is possible. You're gonna need this charm. Felix hands you a precious stone without a setting. Its luminous surface remains cold to the touch no matter how long you hold it in your hand. If you manage to press it against the monster's skin, whether by force or by guile, the baleful influence of her powers will recede. You'll be able to take her and leave the station. Where are you going, Vaughn? Oh. They're pressing buttons, I guess. Let's go up. The pale figure with unnaturally long limbs stands with her arms raised, her hands deformed with talon-like nails. What is going on with this? Her deathly pale face is coated with blood that continually streams from her scarlet misted eyes. Her spiny gills, slightly hidden under her disheveled hair, twitch nervously at your approach. Only now do you notice the third eye on the woman's forehead, hidden by a jeweled ornament. And when your eyes meet, you sense overwhelming, soul-smothering power. As the otherworldly creature's gaze slides over you, your entire core shudders in terror. Flashes of past warped nightmares reemerge from the shadows of your memory and paralyzes your will. You gasp for air, drowning under a crushing wave of pain. You cannot catch your breath. Hot tears burn on your cheeks. Why is this happening? Why is it happening to you? Why do you feel so lonely and in so much pain? Do these feelings even belong to you? Iter emits something between a moan and a drawn-out whisper. Ow, ow, ow. As if my own little pals weren't bad enough, now this one's barging into my head. Somebody stop her. I am registering abnormal activity in my tear ducts. The salt being produced by my body may negatively affect the performance of my respiratory apparatus. The vulnerability must be rectified. It has been logged. Heresy. I love that that's all she said. Argenta looks at the tall figure with a strange mixture of anger and sadness. Then she lowers her head and her white hair veils her face. Abelard, is this? What vile creature is this? Argenta, rid the world of this heresy. These people's voices. What an obnoxious, repeating sound. Requires iconoclast. Overcome the crushing despair. I know why I'm here, and so I will stand against my illusion. Any illusion. Lady Cassia, I'm here to help you. Please calm yourself. By the Emperor, I will not stop. If you do not stop your sorcery immediately, I will shoot you in the head. Bring the stone into contact with Cassia. Wound her. Stop your sorcery now. Attack. I've had enough of this. I know why I'm here, and so I will stand strong. You direct your attention inward to your heart, currently shackled by another suffering. Under the gaze of your burning inner eye, the despair and pain begin to dwindle. The darkness in your soul dissipates, the lump in your throat shrinks, and you discover that you're standing in front of a bizarre creature, a young woman whose tears seem to have dried along with your own. She wearily shakes her head and lets out a drawn-out sound, similar to both a sob and the howl of a small wounded animal. What is happening? Was someone calling my name? Are all the betrayers dead already? And you, who are you? It matters little, you profane creature. You will die regardless. Pointedly remain silent. I'm waiting for Abelard to address me. I'm trying to, as I discussed previously, I really want to do a kind of a mix of iconoclast and dogmatic. I don't want to just be like a straight-laced goody two-shoes, like paladin type thing. I really want, not paladin, well, I mean, not all paladins are like that. Anyways, you know, not like pure paragon. Kind of business first, but I try to help people where I can. So like this is like way too familiar and friendly for everything that's going on here. So let's just keep it professional. Looking for a navigator. I? Cassia blinks in surprise as her pointed nails reach for the jewel on her head. I'm afraid I cannot respond to such an unexpected... What is this? I feel faint. Theobald. The heavy-set old man who's been kneeling nearby erupts into low sobs. His eyes, swollen from crying, dart desperately around the room, as though the veil of ignorance has just been ripped away from them. The child. Lady Cassia, where are you? Sacred child. Throne preserve. Despite his venerable age, the navigator leaps up and rushes to the young woman's side. You. The old man shifts, revealing his face to you. It's threaded with jet-black veins, and his bulging milky eyes bear a striking resemblance to those of a dead fish. A sickly sweet scent assaults your nostrils as if the old man's flesh is rotting inside his decaying husk. I'm guessing he's at the point where his navigator eye is completely black. Look at that headpiece. Is that a headpiece or... Oh yeah, it is. Looks like Odin. My eyes fail me, for they're unable to make you out as either an ally or enemy. I'm warning you, one wrong move and will bring the wrath of House Orselio down upon your head. Watch out, Lord Captain. This one's so deranged it's making the whispers shriek like crazy. He might just open that eye of his. Threatening the head of a dynasty is a grave offense, esteemed whoever you are. Bullard places a hand on his weapon. At present, I'm trying to determine what's happening on Urak 5. I mean you no harm. I came to seek the navigator's aid. In the name of House von Valencius, I sentence you and this monster to death. Yeah, again, this is why we're here. We're literally here because we need a navigator, because we can't leave this system until we have a navigator. So that's why we're here. Vaughn has a very inquisitive mind. He wasn't a rogue trader. If he didn't get swept up for this, maybe he would have become an inquisitor or something. So he does like a mystery. But again, he's pretty task-oriented here, and we are here to get a navigator. That's also what I said to her. I'll grant you that you do not look like pirates who've come coveting the riches of a wrecked station, or like scoundrels in Felix service. So who are you? Why do I always gotta tell Abelard to introduce us? Titles. I mean, like, I would just say what my name is, who I am. But I also feel like if you're going to be... If you're meeting a rogue trader, especially one you don't know, you probably wouldn't believe them, or at least would be less likely to believe them if you just told them who you are. If you have somebody announce who you are, somebody from your dynasty, then I feel like they'd be more likely to believe you. Plus, it is a big part of Abelard's job. His lordship, rogue trader von Valencius, heir to the greatest protectorate in the Coronis Expanse and bearer of the sacred warrant of trade, extends his greetings. Another rogue trader in our corner of the galaxy? How interesting. Your kind always make an appearance in desperate times, ready to cut a deal that benefits one side alone. Given that you have so far, not so far, drawn your weapons, your intentions are probably peaceful, and so House Orselio now asks a service of you. Save the life of the child in exchange for future cooperation. Do not hurry to answer. Think on it. You can make yourself an ally or an enemy of our house today. You decide. I like the armor these two are wearing here, the white. Who's this? What is the curse that has taken hold of everyone in this room? You look frightening. No. I mean, yes, but Vaughn is too good at talking to people to say something so stupid. What service do you ask of me? I want to know what happened between you and Felic. What is this curse? Theobald frowns. Curse? You do not understand the sacred gift given to our child. When the child is sad, we all weep. When the child smiles, we all laugh giddily. And if the child wants blood, the world turns crimson. The child's will is the will of the great Tisiphone, for she is the heir of House Orselio. And they call me dangerous with my witchcraft, Itera mutters under her breath. What do you want me to do? Hope glimmers in the navigator's milky eyes. Save the sacred child. Take her away from this station. I fear I do not have long left. A bluish rivulet trickles down the old man's chin, and he wipes the mutated blood brusquely away with his sleeve. You glimpse strange burns covering his flesh under his clothing. The slightest movement must be causing him unbearable pain. Save the child and deliver her safely to Regent Aeronto. Acting head of House Orselio in the Coronis Expanse. Rest assured, the reward will be worth your effort. Wasn't he the one that wiped all the logs? Maybe they were doing that defensively? I don't remember. I have to check my notes. I know we came here for a navigator, but after everything we've seen, I've got some reservations about this girl. One to talk. Argento looks at Cassia, and a painful furrow appears on her brow. Such a fragile thing with such a heavy burden upon her shoulders. How the turntables. Now Itera's the one like, nope, and Argenta's like, aww. You're talking as though you expect to die here. I want to know what happened between you and Felix. Felix is my wayward student. He came to Urok 5 as a callow youth. I personally mentored him and entrusted him with the care of the child. He was like a son to me, but he proved to be just another traitor. He sought to steal our most precious treasure, the heir of our house, our sacred child, to revel in power with others like him, casting our house into the abyss, to pervert the centuries-long traditions of our family. You can see the fruits of his villainy for yourself. He decided he was not bound to his duties to the legacy of our... He decided he was not bound by his duties to the legacy of the greatest of our novitors, Tisiphone or Celio, who led our house to prosperity for countless years. Foolish boy, the renegades clouded his mind. They sought to seize control of the dynasty before the sacred child had come of age and taken up the Novitor throne. Novitor, patriarch or matriarch that rules over a navigator house, figurative and often biological mother or father of the dynasty. So, choose whose side you're on, a murderous traitor or the lawful scion of a noble house. I mean, he let me come in here to go collect her, and you're telling me to collect her, so... I feel like we're all kind of on the same page here. You're talking as though you expect to die here. How could you lose control of your own station? Theobald shrugs indifferently. My service to the house is coming to an end. The wounds Felix inflicted on my flesh will never heal. I am dying, praise the throne, slowly enough to see that the child is taken care of. There's a Medicaid deck on my ship. Theobald only shakes his head. No, I am the keeper of Urok 5, and I will perish along with my station. On that note, I have other matters to attend to. What? Oh, you're just gonna leave? What? Made my decision. Bellic is a true monster. Let's do away with them together. The last thing I need is a monster on my ship. Cassia shall remain here, and you shall serve as navigator on my vessel while you still live. There's... For what, like 3 days? No. I should bring Cassia to Felix as promised. That is not what I promised him. I promised that I would take her away from here. That's what we talked about. I do got a booper with that rock, though. I'm sick of this station. I'm taking Cassia, and you and Felix shall suffer a less enviable fate. We just kill all of them. No. I mean, I don't see a reason to kill either of them. I feel like we're good to go. We just gotta take her. He wants me to take her. Felix wants me to get her out of here. So, gimme. Let me touch her with this rock. So these are the only two. Yeah, I don't, there's not really a choice here that I am super fond of. I feel like if I do this, they're gonna attack me. Even though, again, the agreement was to take her off the station and get her out of here. So they shouldn't attack me for that, since that's exactly what they want me to do. But if I had to choose, I guess we could choose to kill Felix. Allies are always welcome, even temporary ones. I will revive the child. Do not be alarmed. The power of House Urselio's heir will help us destroy our enemies and shield us from Felix Navigator forces. But you rest for a time before the battle. Okay. I mean, everybody here seems to be relatively chill with Cassia here. Like, they're fine. It's just Felix who came and started murdering everybody. Trying to get rid of her. Booper. Touch her with the rock. Well, no one appears to be living in this cage. Somebody was... What? Somebody still filled the trough with dried fruit and fresh water. It is as if this painting was rendered by several different hands. The timid, uncertain lines are interlaced with rough, furious strokes coming together in arcane shapes. Looks like a hive city. The servant opens his mouth in prayer and you see the stub of his mutilated tongue. Delightful. Where's the child? Is she safe? Are you blind? It might be. It might be.
Follow my lead.
Is there something else around here? Huh. The luxurious feast was left untouched.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Lady Navigator's private library is brimming with essays, novels, and personal accounts from trailblazers and explorers of the Imperium.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Okay.
None shall stand in my way.
About time we repaid those who betrayed our house. Come. Yeah, these guys have cooler armor, so that's honestly the only reason I chose them. No. Oh, rogue trader, you treasonous worm. I knew I shouldn't have trusted you. That's enough, boy. You betrayed the child, our house, and Tisiphone herself. Surrender. I am the savior of our house, and I'm prepared to pay the ultimate price. Kill them. Can't even say please. He is a monster. Wow.
Submit and you'll die quickly.
For the Emperor!
Pulled his pistol out and shot that dude right in the face. Okay. So... where does a sniper want to be here? She goes first. So... here, let's get everybody out of the way here. See where we actually can put these things. Okay. Sniper. Now, he is a navigator, so he's probably got some kind of gaze attack. Can hit everybody in this area here. We haven't fought any navigators before, but I know what navigators can do. In the tabletop, they definitely had a number of psychic powers like that. Or, they weren't psychic powers, they're navigator powers. It's the same thing, but not really. Do this. Yeah, there we go. Our two quick melee dudes on the side. Slower melee dude in the middle. Two range dudes. Dudettes. In cover here. Right, and now we have take aim. Target's next attack ignores cover and has double effective distance. So Argenta and Idara are going first. Theobald goes after them. Then Felic. Then that guy. Grigori's way at the end. Okay. Well, let's I'd love to get Pascal behind this guy. I don't think I can get enough movement out of him though. Give him the voice. Just send him right up front. And we put him here. Not gonna have any cover. He'd give Abelard a little extra movement. Could put him here. Still targetable from like everywhere. 6, 7.
Let's see how they respond to this.
Yeah. Standing there. Denies shots from some people. Alright, Itera can do her perfect spot. Throw some exploits on this guy. And then... Is there a reason not to use Deadeye Shot? Or is it just straight up better? 50% bonus to the effective range and a 10% hit chance. Yeah, so no reason not to do this. Ooh. Could even get some serious damage on him. Took out over half his health. Argenta. Let's do this. Gives her
I will not.
a free shot.
None can escape the Emperor's judgment. That is not the Emperor's will. Doubt is for the weak.
Murdered. Hey, there's a lidless stare. It's even called the same thing in this game as it is in whoa. He just moved. Yeah, the lidless stare was your navigator's kind of main power in the Fantasy Flight game. Oh, I should be able to just Oh, actually, we charge.
I took care of this one.
Okay, we are out of movement. Could you not shoot my people? Yo. Chill.
Duty prevails! Death to the heretic!
High momentum.
Oh, this is the Machine Spirit Communion. Okay. For some reason I was thinking it was this. This reduces damage dealt by targets. Wow. That's a lot of movement. 14? Good God.
Heavy is the tread of his faithful.
Can go here and then... Jesus. That power axe is nuts. Vaughn. Turn 2, Itera, Genta. He goes next. Still a guy over there. No, we can do a free turn though. Let's get Abelard to finish this guy off here. Ugh. Just out of range. That's fine. Let's be thorough here. Oh, he lived. I'm genuinely surprised. Too far to do this. Can give Father Grigori a free turn. Ooh. And oh wow, we can get him?
Nothing I can't do.
Okay.
Activate calculated fury algorithm.
Can attack with him, but dude's gonna have to try to move to do anything, and that's not gonna happen. He will splode. Don't you steal my kill. Swear to God.
Was that you? Or...
High momentum.
Dead man. And Argenta. I'm not gonna be able to
Guided by faith.
get this guy. Pretty close. Might hit somebody else. But 80%.
Each strike is a prayer.
There we go.
Now, this is your burden, child. Survive. Return to the fold of your house as your destiny demands.
Did he have a voice before? I don't remember. Theobald coughs up bluish blood. The armor plate on his chest is perforated in a few places, and there's a tangle of metal and viscera where his abdomen ought to be. When the navigator's pale eyes find Cassia, he rasps the thing he just said.
No! Don't leave me alone in this violet-brown haze! Wake up! Your mistress is giving you an order! Do you hear me?
Cassia looks at the navigator's body in bewilderment, and you're overwhelmed with an inexplicable sense of loneliness and grief.
He was a fine seer of the war. He fought for his mistress until the end.
Yeah, no. Enough's enough. I've had my fill of waterworks, thank you.
Idra brusquely wipes away her tears with pointed determination.
Losing a mantle is a sorrowful event, beginning the mantra of spiritual assuagement.
The sound of Pascal's vox takes on a strange vibration, gentle and soothing, nothing like his usual dry tone. I regret that we had to meet under such circumstances. See, that's the kind of thing where, like, that's friendly enough, while also being sort of diplomatic. Not like overly familiar.
What need have I for your regrets? I just want things to go back to the way they were before.
Cassia looks sorrowfully at the destruction around her.
What are you going to do to me?
Well, we're gonna bring you back to the ship. We're gonna plug you into a big chair. And then we're gonna send the ship into hell. And you're gonna drive it. That's kind of what your whole job is. If you wish to leave this station alive, you must first sign a contract. You will undertake to serve as my navigator until I release you. Lady Cassia, I, von Valentius, rogue trader of the Imperium of Man, offer you my protection and grant you shelter aboard my vessel. Lady Cassia, let us aid one another. Become my navigator, and I shall restore you to House Orselio at the earliest opportunity. Become my navigator. Offer you protection. This one lets me say my name.
As a Lady Navigator of House Orcelio, I accept your gracious offer of protection. Please, take me to your vessel. I can no longer bear the pain of this place.
Well, as much as I enjoy having Father Grigori with us, pretty fun in combat. He is only a custom NPC. What is this? Somebody's head. Or something. What is that? Let's loot your grandfather. A decent pistol. Staff of Orcelio Guardian. Two-handed melee weapon. Oh, they do different things. Castigating. Infusing. Tactical goggles. Thrice Pioneers bracers.
It's about time.
Ratobi pattern las gun. The new one.
When the faithful are idle, heresy grows.
Follow my lead.
Let's get out of here. It is past 10 as well. Probably wrap up here once we're back on the ship and gotten through whatever dialogue is here. They didn't really give us a scene with Pascal kind of coming aboard for the first time, so I don't know if they'll do it with her either. Huh. Tiny man, big chair. Lord Captain, Lady Navigator, welcome aboard. The Sanctum Navis has been prepared for the communion ritual, but if the Lady Navigator wishes to rest in her quarters first... Your heart starts beating furiously, your breaths come short and choppy, and your fingertips tingle unpleasantly. You notice that Vigdis is shivering slightly, and the crew are glancing around in puzzlement, searching for the source of this sudden wave of unease. Without even looking at the Vox Master, Cassio waves her away. First, I wish to speak with the rogue trader. Leave us. Of course. When you're ready for the ritual, please let me know. You want to send everyone else away, or...? Cassia sweeps her pensive gaze over Vigdis, then lowering her lashes slightly, turns to you. I do not want to speak to you. Go to the sanctum now. No. What do you want to speak about? Before I begin the ritual, I wish to look once again into the eyes of the man whose fame is so great it managed to penetrate the impregnable walls of Yurak 5 long before we've ever met. It is truly you, von Valencius, the person the whole Expanse and Calixis sector are talking about, and now a rogue trader as well. After a few seconds' hesitation, Cassia lets out a small exhale, then raises her pointed chin. I have not yet thanked you for saving me on this station. My thoughts were clouded with so much mournful ash when Theobald's heart stopped, but you acted honorably and did not exploit me in my wretched position, and for that I am immeasurably grateful. But now, Cassia throws back her shoulders, I'm ready to go to the Sanctum Navis and perform the sacred rite. I require brushes, canvas, and the best paints you have aboard, but no red. Why are you asking for these items? Now is not the time to indulge in painting. Tell me more about what this ritual entails. I doubt the uninitiated could understand the mysteries of navigation, but I shall try to explain the essence of it. I must merge my mind and will with the machine spirit of the ship so that I become one with the vessel. Cassia lifts a lock of her hair from the back of her neck, revealing gilded implant ports. After that, I use the House Orcelio ritual, which I am loath to reveal to you, to free my mind of all errant thoughts, and then it's time to open my third eye and peer into the depths of the warp itself. Among the nightmarish visions, mirages, and creatures of the abyss, only the light of the Emperor is the truth that will lead me from star to star, from system to system. Oh, the light, the guiding light, so fine it can slip from one's grasp at any moment. Cassia unfurls her hand as though dropping something. But you have nothing to worry about. The navigators of House Orcelio never lose their course. Why do you refuse red paint? It's my habit to use the blood of my attendants so as to preserve my own. However, given the current circumstances, my own will serve even better. The blood of the Navis Nobilite is sacred, and so is more suitable for the communion ritual. Yeah, and in the tabletop game, I bring that up a lot because, I mean, it's very comparable to the experiences here. But in the tabletop game, your navigators could also have house rituals that they did before warp navigation and stuff that would allow them to potentially do things like finding the why am I blanking on the name of it? The Astronomicon. Astronomicon? Yeah, that's right? I'm not mixing that with Necronomicon. The beacon. The Emperor's psychic light. Before jumps or things like that. And different houses have different rituals. You can make your own and stuff. I think one of our navigators in the party had one where they burn their hands in like sacred fire or something, and the revelations they gain through the pain helps them achieve clarity or something like that. Different things like that. I shall ensure that the necessary supplies are delivered to the sanctum. Cassia nods in thanks. I shall take my leave of you for the duration of the rite. I ask that you do not follow me. If you can survive the gaze of my warp eye when it is opened. Nope. Master of the box is coming back to stand by her big candle. Oh, that's not a candle. It's a light. Doesn't look like it's lit. Lord Captain, I will oversee the open channel between the Lady Navigator and the bridge. May the Emperor's light help us all. Great. The Voxcaster in the Sanctum Navis picks up the susurration of closed pious chanting and the metallic clicking of implants. Then the serene voice of the Lady Navigator breaks the silence, initiating communion ritual. You hear the exultant ring of metal freed from its scabbard, then the stifled gasp of the Lady Navigator, the rhythmic drip of liquid on canvas, and the faint whisper of a brush. I see violet violet vortexes lashing an ocean with a million flails, and umber shadows spinning over the surface in a fiery dance. A storm rising above foaming waters, armadas drowning in fog. The path from one end to another cannot be seen. And here, beyond the walls of glass, a daughter forsaken by her father yearns for her brother, and the sun's pale disk goes in tireless pursuit of her? No, of me. Its frozen rays lie that spring is here. The light is deadened. The great ruler is gone. The Voxmaster recoils at Cassia's words and accidentally snaps one of the cogitator levers. The panel behind her fingers emits sparks and the Voxcaster falls silent. She quickly flips a series of switches and bows guiltily. My abject apologies for cutting off the broadcast, Lord Captain. I've never heard the warp speaking through a navigator before. Connection is restored now. It will not happen again. Voxmaster, see to it that you receive 5 lashes for this show of clumsiness. What is happening to Cassia? Cassia, are you alright? Leave the Lady Navigator undisturbed. I mean, she seemed fine. I'm not going to disturb her. Soul-shredding screams drown out the Vox transmission. The servants of the Sanctum Navis are howling and shrieking like wild beasts, moaning in pain, their throats raw from the strain, and then sudden silence. The dull thud of dropping bodies proclaims their fate. It appears the servants were part of the Lady Navigator's right, as it was for her predecessor. I will arrange for the bodies to be removed from the Sanctum Navis after the ritual, or what is left of them. Rogue Trader, I fear I have unfortunate news. The endless blackness has spread across the canvas, dividing what should be whole in two, and my sight cannot glimpse the light of the Emperor as clearly as before. I cannot turn around. My brush only draws me onward. The way is blocked. You hear a heavy exhale, rustling fabric, and metallic clicking. By the Emperor's grace, the ritual was successful. Your vessel's temperament presented a challenge. Its cold steel grip did not allow me to breathe freely, even for a second. It was as if the depths of the ship housed not only machine spirits, but something other. Something going on there. Now I will retreat to my chambers to recover my strength. Send for me when you need of me. Lord Captain, congratulations on acquiring a navigator. Spare me a few moments of your time, please. There are several matters that require your attention. First of all, I want to report on the condition of the station of Iraq 5. Regrettably, we arrived too late to evacuate the residents of the station. The warp disruptions affecting Iraq 5 twisted the bodies and minds of its attendants. The corruption failed to affect Lady Cassia, thank the Emperor. The navigators are trained to resist the Immaterium's pull. With your permission, I would also remind you that we are still in need of more men and women for the crew, and we have not yet located Heinrich von Kalix, the right hand of the Lord Inquisitor. At least we can now attest, as we can now attest, the man vanished into the shadows of the star system and was not present on Iraq 5. Keep this in mind when making any future plans. Why is it always big business with you, Vigdis? Couldn't you sometimes just visit and tell me how wonderful everything is? Thank you, Vigdis. That will be all. As it pleases you, Lord Captain. Okay. We've done the thing. What is going on here? Sometimes the cursor goes nuts. Alright, let's save up. We'll wrap up here for the day. That's pretty good though. We got our navigator. Went through that whole mission. And we surveyed all of the other locations in the system. So it seems like The only other place we haven't been is the prison world there. It's not a prison world, there just is a prison on it. There are prison worlds that are just gigantic prisons. I think they're called penal worlds. So that might be where the interrogator is. Okay. Yeah, next time we'll go find where is she? The navigator. Oh, she's up by Argenta. Over here somewhere. Go talk to her and level her up, see what her character's about, what she can do in combat and stuff. Yeah. So that'll be Thursday night. Tomorrow we'll go back to Monster Hunter. Continue our what will probably be a fairly lengthy process of learning how to play that game. I may even play it off stream, just to practice some of the combat in that. I don't play a lot of like action games where they have different combos and stuff like that, so I'm just not very skilled at remembering those sorts of things. So it'll take me a little while. But anyways, that's for tomorrow. Now I might possibly take a short break here and actually stream a little bit of Cyrillum, maybe like a couple hours. I've been playing off stream the past couple days. And I'm probably just going to play after this anyways, so whether I stream or not, I haven't decided, but might. So I might be back on shortly, just for a little bit of Cyrillum. Otherwise, I'll catch y'all tomorrow night. Thanks for stopping by, and I'll see you next time. Bye.